Hello Blender folks, welcome back. This is Pxy-VERSE. We are continuing with this scene for 3D webcomics for YouTube. Yes, I'm planning this, so this is already session 05. And let's get some soundtrack. I'm bringing new technology here. SimCity 4 soundtrack. Many interesting urbanish, love the series anyways, the SimCity ones, and somehow they fit with what I'm doing. Alright, so I've just found out I have one little trouble to something that is not working on the compositor in the compositing right now, is because I forgot that Workbench, in order to render properly, it needs the character herself. Dorothy doesn't have the texture image, so it's taking whatever wrong texture, so it's sort of urgent for compositing that I start to get her adequate texture, or at least leave invisible, but probably, so I'm gonna work on these textures. It's a long list of tasks for the 3D model, mostly rigging stuff, but also some, this is for the scene, so assets that I need to make, texturing, shading, organization. So we're doing this slowly, and the reason why I don't use pure Workbench is that then I cannot control lighting. So this is very unfortunate. Otherwise I would be sort of okay with this. No, I'm gonna use Eevee, and more than that, I'm gonna use Eevee with Workbench, which is not this. This is just a partial compositing. It will take this stuff, but it will not be able to combine Eevee and Workbench. So I'm passing, with render layers, I'm passing Eevee first, because it's the major one with the lighting, the procedural shading, whatever, and then for certain objects we'll get for certain materials we'll get the Workbench. So this is a struggle, because most materials, the ones which are procedural for the scenery that I'm making, I cannot just get them from Workbench, because I have to bake the procedural and then just for the Workbench. So this is a nightmare workflow thing, unless I had an add-on that could do something. Even so, it will be annoying because I have to organize, and so it's a waste of time. Unfortunately, they need to make. Okay, so I've heard that there's a experimental. So why to use Workbench in this? I believe it will be necessary, but in the latest version of this 4.4.3, I'm getting pretty solid results with Eevee. So maybe this whole compositing, I don't know, maybe I'm doing something more correct at this point, but my recent experience still on Blender 4 suggests it will be good to make the compositing, because Eevee just kills the color. Eevee cycles, but maybe they are working on that. Okay, so we don't want this compositor preview here. And the reason why I'm not getting her good colors, of course, is because we need to work on these textures for both Eevee and Workbench. And then I find out, so if it works straightforward great with Eevee, then maybe I won't need the workbench. Workbench has the cavity stuff, right? Which is very cool. There is an experimental build. Some Dylan Goose Studio. Some guys doing some anime stuff. It's not what I need, but maybe it's too cell shading, but maybe some improvements there gave some ideas to. I'm just imagining some stuff, and so maybe they are improving EV in general in the latest. I don't really understand the technical thing, but I just know that in the past few versions I've been updating, my scenes have been changing a lot with the EV render engine, so it's very bizarre. And here I'm getting a very solid procedural texture with just a few with EV. The colors are very neat, and I don't remember having these results with EV recently. Even the spotlights here are very okay, but I also remember the good quality of EV of a workbench when I want something more colorful. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna work on we're gonna go back to the file where this character is linked. It's lagging a little. This is because of of course I'm not sure what is lagging so much, folks. So let's save here. It's playing let's play back. Alright. Let's just make a quick highlight here. I'm gonna show. Folks, check this. Maybe you know already. For scene making, animation filmmaking in Blender. So for example, there is an add-on that is called Edit Linked Library. Actually, it's an extension, so get this stuff. It's absolutely fundamental if you're using the asset library, asset browser system, right? So it will be here, edit linked library. So I think there's no options here, so it's okay, just like this. Check that, and now look what is happening. So this I have a scene, and it's in a folder which is this new scene 5 asset library. So this is one of my asset library folders that, you know, I think it's system, save and load, file path. Yeah, so here, so you see I have created this, and this is a real folder actually in my operational system. And here, whichever blend file is inside here will have, if we mark its stuff as assets, we can bring them to that particular system here. Okay, so where the add-on comes in is that this character here, this rigged model, is a linked collection, you see, with library override stuff. And so I can just unlink, it will vanish. But with if I want to edit it, I can pose her, I can animate her, right? Because not this bone. Okay, but then let's say that I want to edit the rig. Okay, then we go to the sidebar region, the 3D viewport, item. Let's go on the object mode, and here we got edit linked library. And so there's my asset here. It's actually the rig, but I think because the rig is the parent of everything there, the meshes, then it will. So edit override library, there is this button here on this panel that will temporarily bring me to the original blend file where the rigged model is. Here, and I can make additions here It will auto save because we got some option. I don't need to animate here, but I'm just gonna, we can make rig editions here actually, model editions, mesh editions, whatever, custom shapes editions. And then let's bring back to the item here. So I'm gonna go on object mode, then return to original file, and there we have auto save. And something here is broken because the rig is broken, but you see what happened there. Okay, this is not a good example. Let's I need to fix what is getting broken there. Let's not make the highlight. I'm gonna do that later in another moment. So apparently here is, I was struggling with that before. Let me just reassess what is going on. Yeah, it's some bones that for some reason they never get fixed. What are those bones? Smooth shoulder. Yeah, okay, I got it. So smooth shoulder, what? Yeah, I can't see their relation. No, I can. So let's see. Oh, what is this control upper arm? Oh, there are some broken targets here. That's what's happening. Alright, so it was not about the helper bones, although those were also broken. Okay, so this is just a... Okay, so I can try this. Let's go back to... from here. Let's try to... We'll see this thing broken if I try to manipulate this, I guess. No? Alright, so never, I don't know. Something is changing, so we need to access the skeleton. And here we got, let's compare here what we got. Yeah, I was confused because I've just swapped this to here instead of the corner. Left side, the right side, so let's get here into the bone constraints. And there we go, we got the broken targets. Click elbow. Stretch to handle forearm. Oh, this is a special handle. Okay, so tweak elbow. Target. Tweak elbow. Okay, so target tweak. Tweak body. Tweak limbs. Ah, that seems what happened. Apparently I've got some master shoulder bone deleted from this rig. Very strange. Okay, then let's just do this. And well, I can check here, maybe shoulder, depth, shoulder. Now these are vertex groups. Control shoulder left. Now this is the Yeah, so no tweak shoulder here, so this is absolutely wrong. So gonna Control F2, bones, gonna instead of elbow, shoulder, I'm gonna add something else here, gonna instead of strip characters, take off digits, all that, there we go. The parent, so the parent for tweak elbow is, so these tweaks, they work like tweak, like in Rigify idea, but they are actually, they serve an F key purpose, and this is the technique, the method that I use, an approach to do simultaneous F key and I key. So no need F key I key switch, although with caveats. There are some things that we need to do sometimes but it's not like switching like that. It's different. We might have some problem for pinning joint, but this is a problem of the F key and the I key anyway, so I think it's not, it's a different problem. Okay, so let's get what I'm doing here. I need I need to know the target here, the relations, control upper arm. All right, this means that it is this one is the, and this will be then the, okay, I know where to parent. Control shoulder, keep offset, that will symmetrize this, and we get again the control shoulder. Let's check, actually let's pick this joint here and let's move it here. No, let's move it. Selector to cursor. Yeah, I was using the wrong one. Okay, then bone stuff here. It has just, I don't need this one. We don't need to pin elbow. The orientations I think will be fine. But here we'll get some problem if I cannot figure out. Okay, then we target the tweak shoulder, then we target the tweak shoulder again, I guess. Okay, so you can do this offsetting, fine. And we're gonna of course symmetrize that, and here for the stretch 2, so we're gonna symmetrize. This is not completed setup yet for the shoulder, but this is a master shoulder, so you can have control over a lot of things. And of course we can do this for F key. Here we can do this with the, now those tweaks, they seem to have lost some Okay, let's do something here. This tweak should need some sort of, what is this? Tweak heap. Yeah, I don't know, tweak color. I don't know, this is weird. I don't, maybe it's an unfinished control heap sway. It's completely useless right now, so I'm just gonna, maybe it's here for something, a purpose that I don't, yeah, something I don't remember. Possibly it's useless. So for these tweaks, let's see if there's any custom shape that we could use. Usually we use for these tweaks the circular thing, right? I have others. I'm trying to remember what I did for these ones. Oh, this, what is this one? How do you assign this? It's from the, just checking, what is that? Oh, there is this one. Okay, so that's it. So I want to be more economic about those things, so what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna, the object is there, right? I can place it in the world origin. Alright, let's try to, it doesn't have good orientation to start with. Yeah, that's annoying. Let's reset, let's try. Okay, this one seems to have good alignment, so I'm gonna, I don't want this name, so widget shoulder. Yeah, could be tweak shoulder, not left and right. Move it there. Rotate, no. Apply rotation, move it back, apply all transforms, okay. So where are you? Numpad dot, okay, get here. I need to differentiate these in a way that, okay, let's make a better folder here. The final folder, this will be better, right? What is, I've been reworking on this one, so widgets Dorothy. I don't know what are these, so I'm gonna move them here for now. The shoulder, no, it's here, so move to widgets Dorothy. Let's already update here to this color. This gonna soon take it off. So now I will just get back my collection here. Let's hide everything here, and I have a new setup for this, so I'm gonna make this into a pin joints. It's a I can do this because I can assign these bones with my custom UI panel in an easier, more visible, a better way than this. So I can just make this separation here. It will be much better. So this is just the tweak limbs, pin joints, and here's some map extras which are really it's like dumped track stuff. Maybe I can change this name. Let's see, map trackers. Yeah. Alright, so this is not important, this is important. So we're gonna save here, we're gonna get all these ones to have the proper tweak shoulder. Copy to selected. This, yeah, I want to keep this, but so let's just go in edit mode here. No. Why doesn't scale? Okay, it's locked for some crazy reason. Okay, we'll see in real time. Okay, so why not? This is fine. An arbitrary value here is okay. Then here, one by one, we're gonna, yeah, first we pick all of them. We can hide this they all wrong, right? Well, the feet are correct. Sort of. So gonna get these ones. No. Let's get all of them to 2. What is this for? Okay, this is just a bone to control some stuff. It's not important. All right, so it might not even be controllable from here. Would be more like a mechanism bone, maybe. Yeah. It's parented. It shouldn't have. Yeah, don't have bone constraint. It's parented to. Here is better. Yeah, it is parented to control hip sway. It doesn't carry these ones. It's certainly, yeah, it's carrying some. It's serving as a stretch to target for the F3 hip, alright. Okay, it's just serving as a stretch to target for this. It could also be the okay, so we can probably take off this thing. Could be actually a mechanism hips, and we are going to change its default color here. Alt M, move it to mechanism. Yeah, and then also get it here. All right. Let's go back to these ones. Why this is looking I-key? I don't know. It should work like this one. Parented to master Reiki foot, parented master Reiki hand, alright. Copy transforms, right? Disabled. We might want to stretch this, but it's complicated, right? Usually we just want to rotate. Okay, let's leave like that. And I'm confused about this thing. It's like have a wrong push here. Okay, I see. I see. This is moving the... Wait. This bone is moving the control shin. It should offset, so of course there's a mistake here. So it's affecting the... Arcade target. Okay, so we could just change the target here to yeah, if I change this, it's probably broke somewhere else, but this is what's happening now is incorrect. So I need to... There'll be different ways to do this. Still following the... It's because of this, maybe. Or some parenting here towards this bone. Select pattern. Like it's chilled. I thought there was something chill. I need to select this children. Okay, so probably it is not here. Oh, this setup was working. I just messed up doing something. So it was this. Let's retrieve here. Okay, let's fix this first. So clearly what's happening is that some important bone here is parented to the Iconier. Okay, this is parented to the chain, and this has the Ike bone constraint for the leg. It does not use tail. All right. Then we have the deformed bone parent to the mechanism Ike target, right? Yes. And then this toes, then heel roll, and here is tweak foot. All right. So the error oh, I see. There was another bone that I deleted some time ago. I thought it was useless. My mistake. I didn't trust what I did before, and I had this problem. So it was some sort of... Wait, I didn't delete it. It is here. Yeah, so this bone, which is parent to the tweak bone, I'll have to open some older backup file to find when this. It will be very hard to fix. If I do anything wrong here, I break everything. So it's a very special setup. Took me many months to figure out some time ago. So. I need some bones here to go there instead of following here, I think. So the idea would be to... So this should offset. Okay. This thing is the mechanism heel roll parent to the tweak foot. Parent to the target foot. Nope. Alright, so I get, let me think a little more. Yeah, there's just a single problem here. This bone shouldn't be following this setup. This is happening because this bone needs to follow the, of course, it needs to follow the mechanism IK owner, mechanism IK target. Rotation doesn't matter. This cannot have the parentings there because it needs to participate in the role setup. But then this whole thing carries the foot rate, and that of course it is carrying this. It shouldn't be, or maybe it should. Of course the parenting will do this. I think I remember. Copy location. No. No, it's not that. Okay, so I have to see in some older file. Oh, I can see on another character, not her, because the skeleton was imported. But yes, if the skeleton is here, yeah, okay, let's look at this skeleton. Master IK foot control. Aha! This latest setup interesting. So something I've done on this project was already bricked my offsetting. No, not this one. Yeah, that should do this. Alright, so not good. Let's try not this one, so let's try the yeah, these are just backups. One day I'm gonna make some cleanup. Yeah, okay, this is broken. So maybe at some point in this rig Aha. Control I key shin, alright. Target here, of course there would be a drawback probably. Some change here that I did I thought would be positive. Control foot mechanism. Okay, what is this? The mechanism. Copy transform to map ankle. Parent offset to roll toes. Okay, so this is the mechanism, and it allows itself to have a copy transform to map ankle. All right. But doesn't it create? No, okay. That's the correct behavior. All right. Copy transforms to map ankle. Okay, of course in this case the map ankle is tilted, right? Just in the same orientation. And this got just a copy location to master foot. All right. Local. Custom space. Maybe this matters. And the parent for this, Control F key ankle, okay. Interesting, this mechanism roles. The form, and here they have the same parent. Okay, but this will have a copy transforms to the map ankle, so this is what needs to happen. All right. Took a game 15 back up. All right. I believe I can fix this now. The orientation is that. So no change to the orientation. It has a copy location. So I need this one. The mechanism I can target itself copy transforms. But not like that. Local space, custom space, target foot. Yeah, it's called target foot. So in principle what it will do is that we need to change this. I think it was before no. Okay, so we have a problem here. This some part of the setup. some part of the setup is following something, and some other part is knee. I forgot to check these stretch setups. Of course, I can't have this. Let's go back to the stretch. What do you have? Also, where's the here. Oh yeah, this one. Aha. So it's targeting the okay. You say that the leverage mimics, so it's perfect here. Perfect. Well, it works, right? So this is offsetting before a local space, custom space map, ankle. This one could be location parent to control F key ankle, and then copy location to right. Stretch 2. Oh, to the deform foot. Okay. To the deform foot. What is this? Okay, just a fan bone. A helper bone. Okay, nothing new should be to this one. So the mysterious thing. Mech tools roll. Map IK owner. No mystery here. So this gets displaced. This one needs to stay there. And for some reason it respects despite this stuff. Attention to the bone rolls. Lots of non-reset stuff here, so could be the culprits. Yeah, could be this. But hold on, there's more to look at. This is. Let's open Sorry, let's open Blender in a different. I think I can get this thing done here. Parented twig foot, yeah, right. Then copy location. Okay, this one is correct, nothing wrong about it. This one has this strange copy transforms that, okay, here we gonna change this to the deform foot. No, not here. Stretch to deform foot. Okay, so far nothing really changed. Make a target. Hold on, how come two bones were parent to what I was seeing there? I have this mechanism roll toes. Oh, it was just this part is the same. Okay, so this is not a problem. Like this is mechanism toe rolls and this is mechanism toe rolls. Okay, but this now needs this strange copy transforms. Is that really the target? Okay, it's not about this, except that just making sure he'll roll twig foot. Okay, this is correct. This is not important, I guess. It's lower in hierarchy. Deform bone, mechanism roll toes. Ah, there we go, something that is suspicious. The target of the... This shouldn't be part of this. It should be parent of the toes roll. and then okay, still not. Wait, that's the wrong foot. Aha! Alright, so it was just a stupid parenting mistake. Okay, what I can... That's fine, but then there is still some... Okay, this is not following, this is correct. If we don't have this, then we got the problem, right? So we need this. Yeah, so we're gonna save here, yes, gladly, and we're gonna symmetrize this one. Then I just want to check if this one I need to use this. I think this target was better. Let's see. If we change the target, what happens? I see, we got trouble. So we need the simultaneous F key, I key. It's much easier to do if I put if I don't need the hold on, I think we got a problem. I'm not sure. No, this is fine. It's just because this was rotated. Okay. It's much easier to do if we don't need well, it's also complicated, but it's a little less complicated if the I key bound constraint is here, which is not the case here. Alright, so we got these setups working. I think I need to symmetrize this as well, right? Just double checking here. Yes. Good, folks, and I suspect something is going wrong here in this arm. No, everything is fine. Good. So that took some time. Now, is there anything that could be funnier to do than this right now? I was here precisely because I was trying to fix some setups, right? Yes. So that were bugging, glitching, yeah, going crazy in the other scene with the... I want to check if my setup here is correct. So the automation of... Let's use this one, and I want to check the I need this one. So what's the name of this? I would like to have this this one for the... Okay, here's the I want to look at some bones here, what they are doing. Yes, yes, there will be easier ways. There's an I key bone constraint set up here for those things. It's one way of automating it in a funny, sort of economical. You still have to adjust some settings here. It will be wise. Inverse. Oh, okay, no pole target. This is normal. Def upper arm. So this is targeting here. Let's just checking if there's any parent deformed chest. 2. Chest, okay, the bone here, the big one, and targeting the deformed upper arm for some reason. Then we have this one targeting the deformed upper arm without pole target, same thing. Parented to mechanism boob, okay, this one, okay, parent offset for some reason. Then we have some inversion. This one is copy transforms to tweak for some whatever. Copy transforms to master. Oh, okay, I remember that. It's just and some have physics, which I think is this one. Yeah, because it's the, or would be this one. I think it will be this one. As the parent of this mechanism, parent of set, yes, this is, yeah, so this is why it just carries this. But it can do this, and then this is the automation for the, okay, then we have here, we got this deformed chest, and we got another I key bone constraint, so connected parenting here. And here also connected parenting, okay, and what about this one? Connected, no, there's nothing, nowhere to connect. Okay, so this setup I just needed to verify. Because it was ended up being broken for some weird reason. Well, I was playing with I was bringing the rig right into, so let's see, this part deformed chest, is that correct? The mechanism, deformed chest, yes, and this is control I key chest, wait, control I key chest, deformed chest, I see. deform chest. Okay, so apparently I'm missing some bone here. This parented to mechanism. This parented deform chest. Yes, this seems correct. But when I do this, it doesn't automate. We need the why this is not deform upper arm. Why this is not responding. Okay, the name is wrong. Okay, so that works. Then I'm gonna pick this deform chest, yes, this is correct. Do we have the same automation though? No, we need, I need those tweakers. Here we got this and this one, which has a connected parenting. Then we need to change this target. It is going crazy. Use tail maybe. Yes. Yeah, I have something here that I need to revise. These use tails, these also use tails. So let's just see what is this tweak. It's more like a mechanism, but we can copy transforms, master, influence like that, custom local space, for original. Okay. So it has something, copy transforms before regional, not local space, custom space, and very okay. So this is nice. Then we're gonna have to symmetrize some bones here. Here is helper rig, so let's get rid of this madness. Okay, so where is this? Well, I don't care, it should go to the helper. And this should go to tweak, right? For now. Okay, so this use tail, this one use tail, alright. But it's not working. What's happening? Okay, needs update. There. And then finally we need the collarbone set up. So here we go back to the helper. Dev chest, then the positioning here should be correct. It's connected, so chain link, oh, chain length of 2, of course. Then we target, no, not helper, but the same target that I was using here. Let's get the limb. And that should be correct, but it's not following. Okay, now it is. It was on purpose, so just reduce this a little. That can serve, okay. And I guess use tail. I don't know why it wouldn't be using tail here. Any bond constraint here? No, it's just connected. Yes. And then of course there are inverse kinematics settings which we could, like stretch, we could make some adjustments here. But for now just symmetrize. The positioning doesn't seem very good, but for the this is a lesser problem. Now we're gonna save here. Let's go back my soundtrack over. Let's reset the alright, so nothing else to check here except that I want this. We can get this custom shape from the okay, I can already close this one, I guess. Yeah, I want that here. This is not sufficient for the whole thing, right? It's just some automators that can help a little. Okay, so here we got, this is all the helper rig. What I need here is the I think I'm fixing here some good stuff, so let's see. Check root bone for pulse for what is all this? Ah, the upper torso, okay. It's rest position. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so whatever. Got this rewave paint, so this is not now. That would be interesting, but no, we don't have time for this now. What will be immediately related? Okay, the custom shapes, since I'm here and I'm seeing, yeah, because I was setting those things, right? So we're gonna select mirror extend. We're gonna bring this, reduce this this stuff, so this will be arbitrary. Yeah, here unfortunately we have some coinciding thing, but I think we can leave like that. It's still acceptable. Or maybe not, we want some larger things here. Easier to select. Doesn't need to be that big. Then here for these ankles, the toes, I think the toes need to be different, right? Yeah. So we're gonna do the following, folks. So take this off. I have the add-on called bone widget, it's free. So just gonna it has something, right? Where saddle? No, it was something else. These are some that I've made, but I didn't make the torso, root, hand, foot, eyes, triangle, torso, saddle, root, clavicle, chest. Okay, so I think it's, yes, this one. Okay, so we have this. Create. And it is there. We're gonna rotate this. We just use this once. Okay, this, something like this seems fine. And then from this it created it here, but now the fact is that I don't want, I will be reusing this one, so this is why the add-on has something that I dislike, but apparently it needs this workaround to solve its automation for the orientation, I guess, so that it will create a lot of duplicates of left and right, and I think this is not optimal for certain case. So instead of having here, I'm just gonna pick this one, widget, tweak shoulder, and it's actually master shoulder, but yeah, master shoulder, whatever. I have already one named. Really, I have one. So anyways, I got this one, and I'm gonna place it in widgets here, which has nothing to do with. Oh, okay, so this is not, this is tweak limb. And so I guess I can get this thing and okay, whatever, this doesn't need to fit perfectly, so I'm just gonna... No, this doesn't work. Okay, I've made a small change. Actually, why not? Right? With proportional editing, maybe. Nah, not working. Is this the proper orientation? I'm not sure. So anyways, we're gonna go back here and Let's make sure it gets, yeah, it's reset. I think we can do that. Since the body is like here, so we can move this up. No, it's not here. It's Z, no, Y. And possibly X, and no, that's a little, I think this is fine. All right, maybe even scale down a little. And then here it's much easier to symmetrize and get this stuff. All right, so, and we're gonna do this, reuse this for this one. So yeah, the side toggle mount here, symmetrize. As for this one, since I don't know what it is about, just gonna oh, the materials, yeah, the shaders. It's time to do something like that. Like the skin color, texture paint, so I can already start integrating with the compositor, something that maybe do something about the clothing, yeah. And so something here, then where's the skin? Yeah, here. Okay, so I would have a skin texture that would serve for skin, eyelids, skin, eyelids, border, skin, all the same image texture. Tongue, including the tongue, why not? Yes. And then economizing materials, so more work for the UV stuff, but so, and also for the eyelashes. Then we have lipstick and nails, also, as we could make even more, but then the material, the shader will become too complicated with masking. I don't like too much. So I'm gonna stick a different material for the lipstick and nails. I have that, but I'm gonna separate. So texture, make and separate. Yeah. File isolate. This is so that these materials won't be shared by any other blend file in the asset library system that I'm building. So stop having crazy annoying duplicates of let's show what's happening, what is the matter. Asset browser, you see that I have these things, they are duplicates. They exist in multiple files needlessly, and I cannot just clean them from here. I need to be on the file, and I don't know exactly which is the file, so I need to, so they need to be linked, not appended, and not shared in a more insubstantial ways. Just this is why isolation is required. The source file of whichever asset must be the unique source file with that thing. The rest is just linked or appended, and we can't reassetize it like mark as asset, you know. But I didn't did that. Maybe I did, but no, I think it was already an asset, so I was reusing and saving multiple iterations of the files. Now I cleaned up the iterated files. They are not present in my system folder of the asset library, but there are still duplicates, and now I think the culprit is that. So I need to be cleaning stuff one by one on all the, not too many files in the generic folder, but alright, so hold on a moment, folks. We need to 3 minutes here. Be back. I'll leave the soundtrack playing. Hold on, folks. Okay, I'm back, folks. Alright, so I'll go straight to texture paint of the... Yeah, I need to create a material for the skin. If it exists already, I'm gonna... Yeah, the material exists, but I'm gonna make sure it will be isolated. So I'm gonna... Okay, what I'm doing, I need to get the... Why do I have this particular collection here? I don't want this. Okay, let's hide some stuff here which are going to be in the way. Yes, all this will be in the way for this. So because she's wearing those body suits, I can start here for these materials. Yeah, I'll just do for the face, and maybe, yeah, because who knows, I would do the whole body, but I'll do offline, unfortunately. So just do for here. Let's go to the... No, this is wave paint mode. Simplify, don't want the subdivision surface modifier. So you see we have problems here with the... not problems, you just have different material for this. What is... so this is lipstick, it's nothing, has nothing to do. This is... Yeah, so it's wrong materials, right? And then there's also this, which is also lipstick, and this is the skin. All right, so to fix this whole mess, we're gonna make... Yeah, actually we're gonna... This is an asset, I don't want to make it an asset, so we're gonna skin Dorothy, so it will be a different one. Okay, my blender is about to crash. No, it was just... Okay, so that means that... What is this material to start with? Shading, object, join left. It's just this. This is completely useless. So we're gonna... Yeah, so we're gonna delete this material. I'm considering maybe eyelashes to maintain. They are very different from the skin, so it can also help for workflow. Yeah, same thing for the when you have a separated material, sometimes it's easier to organize. So but then means I'll have a image texture for this stuff too. Yeah, so gonna delete this one as well. Okay, so I do this. We see this. Oh, this is a very ancient shader. For I was trying to do some sort of long time ago. This I was trying to do some self shading in EV. That worked, but there will be many other approaches. So here we're gonna get a image texture. Control T. We want, of course, okay, new texture skin Dorothy. For my style, I think this is sufficient, and that is, some would say 2000. Yeah, whatever. Yes, UVs, and so here we're gonna use a principal BSDF, yes, because we are going to so this we will like to assetize, and probably these two in the end. So the problem is that these UVs are not ready, and those seams, they are incorrect. They are not for UV, so they are for other rigging processes. So now I'm in trouble. If I forget those setups, right? So okay, this is still this. Okay, let's go past here then. Or even past here. Okay, you know what, let's texture paint all this, the upper torso. And then the rest I just keep merging, whatever. So the tongue also. The gums and the teeth, this I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe the gums and the yeah, maybe the lipstick I do in a separate material, because maybe they Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's ignore the tongue for now. It will be just a separate UV. So I think I'll have to do something about those seams. Actually, some seams are correct. Yeah, okay, assign here. It's just here in the face that need to... As you can see, I'm sort of forgetting the basics of the UV unwrapping. But basically it's simple. Yeah, I need to... Yeah, this seems... Let's cut here. Some things here are not for UV, so this is why I get confused. Some are actually useful for UVs, like this UV unwrapping. So I think we can cut this indeed, and back. Okay, that seems accurate. Then for the eyelashes, yeah, let's skip this. Let's skip this. Then I think this, I can maintain these ones, yes. And here is okay, and then this one, yeah, it's okay. These ones are not okay though. And also not these ones. This I'm not sure. So some will cut behind the head. It's the traditional way, right? Another way is to cut on the sides. Okay, I think the neck is necessary, so let's cut exactly this very hidden place here. Then the neck certainly... Yeah, let's cut behind. Shift Control. The jawline is a good thing, I believe, at least in the style that I make. But here I'm not sure anymore, so it will be... Yeah, because I don't have the proper... This is probably not gonna be good. I need to reach some sort of flow, but this is probably be very bad. But this seam can still be useful, even alone. It can help the... Okay, anything else we could cut here maybe? This is a bit dangerous. But she has enough hair. Yeah, this part behind won't really appear, so I think this can be good. Let's try this. Okay, then we... This is the problem of these seams here. I'm not sure here. Let's see what happens. Yeah. Okay, and the ears, this and this. UV smart stretch. This is not the UV. Okay, so I need to fix this thing here. This positioning here of UV was when another character which was very low poly, so now I have more have better cuts now to make. Okay, so certainly this is not ideal, but it can work, so that's what matters for me. We could cut the foot. Yeah, certainly there'll be other ways. Then yeah, we'll use cut behind. Yeah, this will cause problem. the leg, right? It's a whole thing. I'm cutting in the sides instead of you know what, let's cut behind. This part anyways, there's some volume that will help. So you can take this off, which is too apparent, and well, we might still need the sides. There's be a hole here and it will unwrap. Yeah, I think this is feasible. For the arm, we're gonna do... This one was a nice spot, but I believe this was for a previous... Yeah, like it would be... Let's keep it in the center. Even though this is not a bad idea. But I did this when I had less geometry here. We see we forgot some stuff here. Maybe we can add a little more creases here. And here we don't need to make the continuation from here. I think this positioning here for the seams will be better. The joint here is more in a crease region, creased anatomy regions, right? So we want, yeah, we need to cut the thumb. What about making the nails connected geometry? Not for now. Yeah, so these sims are very terrible. Need to yeah, so I decided, because these fingers are very low poly, below, well, this is very arbitrary, but how is the foot? Ah, I see, the foot is a wise choice. Okay, so this is the thumb region. Under the thumb, which could hold a continuation here, by the way. Why not? This is very flat. Then we have the upper, which could be organized. Oops, there's something weird here. No, this is fine. Upper, what if they continue opening the fingers? Unsure. But we could try to see what happens here. I think this will be broken. Now they are elongated. Let's just leave it like that. Yeah. And as for this, we don't need these ones. And then for the nails, I'm not sure what I did here for this geometry. Let's isolate this and see. Shift H. Well, apparently this, what I did here, worked before, so you need to get all the mesh here and UV this, that we need to reposition along the image. This is the first step because of the scale. And whichever thing I would add here, tongue maybe, yeah, it will be very bad if I'm lacking space, right folks? Okay, so I'm having some problems with those repositionings. I don't remember how this was done. Ah, okay, there are some stupid proportional editing here. Okay, so I probably can scale this down. Legs, torso, I guess arms, yes. Something very weird about what is this? The oh, the back of the head. Of course, we need to. Better, right? Yeah, much better. So the back of the head, yeah, so there are some questions here. I don't have a vertex. A crossing thing here would be ideal. It's just a okay, let's ignore this. One day I get this better. Okay, so back of the head under the chin. Okay, it can stay here. The face, I'm gonna make this bigger. Yes, I'm using mirror modifier, so it will be symmetric, and currently I don't care. I think this is an advantage because my character is symmetric, but in many other models that will be not very good, right? What is this? Oh, this is the foot. Okay, so foot. The part that is on top of the foot. The part that is which contains the ball of the foot, of the feet. Okay, we can maybe place them here. This should be the fingers. Very weird, what's happening here? That seems to work. What is this? I think this, oh yeah, this is the alright, so this is, maybe it's useless. I might just need how did okay, this can help maybe. No? Yeah, this doesn't seem to be a good idea. So how will that occur? Let's redo these two here. That seems to have worked very well. The torso, what is this? Oh, the ear. Alright, we could get this cut here. Okay, whatever. Let's do this at once. And this this we're gonna clear sim. I don't think we can open this. Yeah, I'll just cause problem for texture painting later, so yeah, let's ignore. Then need this and this. We're gonna unwrap these ones. That seems to have worked. Okay, then these are the very important, and this here. Okay, very simple. Let's move. Oh, the neck. All right. So you see, there's enough space for a lot of other features if we want. And what are those things? Okay, the hands got... Okay, neck, finger, neck. Neck is just one thing, so it goes... Okay, the torso. Okay, this goes here. And the torso can be here. Okay, what about doing something? We're gonna figure out the hands and fingers. Ah, there are nails as well. That's why they might be better part of the Alright, let's put the hands here and oh, the nails would be for another material, right? So yeah. So this is about, what is this? Okay, thumb, index finger. I just hate to be doing those separated material in the same shader with the node system in Blender. I find it too time consuming, too unintuitive. I dislike. I just use them when I really need. I don't find them practical, and there's more, besides that, another problem is that, okay, so what if yeah, we could establish a continuation here, right? Continuity, yeah, this will make little sense for the geometry, right? I think I need to just cut this thing here. Yeah, let's cut this one. So now I have this area of the thumb, have the lower area of the thumb. We have this part which we don't need this anymore, maybe. Lower area of the hand, and this is the geometric part we're struggling with. But I need to cut the thumb somewhere, right? So and here there is this idea, maybe this is the best thing to do. Yeah, it's just carefully unwrapping the hands mesh. So what is this? This is the, yeah, no, this is need the seam. Yeah, so it's not working. It's looping all around, right? So not good. So the top, okay, we need to end this here, right? The top, the thumb, the top of the thumb, which we could actually, wait, we can continue here. The top of the thumb, yeah, so of course this is creating problem. This is bottom. The geometry of the thumb is bizarre, right? So we could just try to cut differently this sim. Yeah, I could try to cut here. It's an exception, but palm and upper part, and that's it. So let's see what terror this will generate. These creatures here, right? So top, and bottom. Looks like there's something else here. What is this? Oh, something about the lips. Yeah, we're not using this, but we can place it here for now. And okay, on these we could get them close to the okay, let's leave like here. And yes, we could start with not wave paint, texture paint. What is a mask for the, let's save here, for this. So the roughness of the skin, let's leave like this for now. And we can make some masking system, linear, no, closest, flat, yes, repeat, I think extend here, and generated, yes, UV, there it is. I think nothing else to see here. Let's retake the soundtrack. Now texture painting, no 9, right? Yeah, we go on the layout. So this is what I'm gonna, so it doesn't include the lips, but it includes the, alright, so how can use some masking, but starting from scratch after a while is weird. So I'm gonna give her this base color here. I could make a color palette here, but no, let's, why I'm doing this, if I can just do this, right? And what happened to the neck? Looks like the neck was masked or something. Yeah. It's restricted or something like that. Maybe those faces are... No. Okay, maybe the UVs of the neck are broken. Okay, why don't I see it? Oh yeah, the neck is not anywhere here. Right, so let's just go back to the shading. And just UV unwrap just this part. There we go. Whatever makes more sense, right, folks? Oops. Okay, we already started. So we might have problem with some geometry, but we can start out simple. Okay, so let's start with the most elementary thing, which is this. So we're gonna use this paint mask here, and we're gonna just bring the yeah, not this. Let's go back to the layout, Shift F10. For some reason this is not helping to it's like bugged. And just okay, whatever. This is more likely. Okay, so isolate this face. You're gonna use paint mask. No shortcut for that. Yeah, there is one. Alright, and now we're gonna get for this character, why not give this eyelash some nothing more than that. For now, nothing more than that. They can be procedural also, can create some procedural effect also, maybe. Alright, so this was the first challenge. So it's not absolutely black. It's a very dark purple tone. Then the color picker V, okay, pick that. So this will be the, so now the eyelids thing here, and this is where I'm missing my typical, so what I can do here, I'm not sure, but in this face loop maybe we can make some mark sharp. Not sure if this will do anything good, but the advantage is, okay, it's not a sim, but this allows me to do this select by sharp. UVs won't work, so maybe I can use sharp here as well. So these were temporary sims before. Yeah, this is for the workbench, this is not helping. It's creating this sharp. But okay, we'll leave it for now. In the worst case scenario, just clear sharp on everything. Now I can select this face loop and this face loop, and this we're gonna go on texture paint. We're gonna now, well, gonna do all this here. No, this didn't work. I need to mask first. This is too weak. I think I need more intense color here. Yeah, I think this is good. And now because this is yeah, it is masked. Where do I, yeah, we need the UV. Now it is working. Okay, paint, and finally, yeah, let's get this. And here we can start making some sort of this is just pure color, an interesting color, but we need to start making some where is the color thing? Yeah, and also not forget to keep saving this. Save as. Okay, so this goes directly here. I set library 3D characters. No, texture, image texture. So character. Yeah, so I'm using this. Dorothy skin. Okay, so it's different. Yeah, body, whatever. Because it employs many things, maybe not all things. Okay, we saved that. You see there are some anomalies. Okay, so I don't want, because I have the mask, I just gonna hide these faces. The faces only, okay. And so when we go on here, we get this. I can manually mask this. Yeah, so this is just as wave paint mode. We can get some face loops. This is perfect. So here we can already start, for example, extend these face loops here. Need the tweak. And so here I'm gonna use this as a threshold for my brush painting skills here. So we're gonna intensify some colors here. I'm not seeing, I don't know what's going on. Looks like it's having no effect, but it is doing something. This string, I think it's wrong. We need some mix, draw. Stabilizer. No, I don't need anything here. Just okay. So you're seeing some effect, but I barely see flat. Okay, this is better. Something about the shader. Let's take cavity. Okay, let's try this. I think this will give a clear vision of what's happening. Yeah, now it feels like texture painting. Yeah, so layering those things. Here the problem is that the eyelids, there's yeah, I can remask, let's say only these ones, maybe. I don't know what those glitches are. Probably the UV glitches. Something about the hidden mesh, I guess. Yeah. Maybe because of the subdivision surface modifier, yeah. So now maybe I'm okay with the fact that I'll end up having some super pointillized. This might be good for the end result. I'll consider that, yeah. So I'm gonna use this as a mask, and so here we're gonna make something smoother transition here. This gonna try to maybe in the animation it's save, right? Save, Alt S, there we go. In the compositing, all this, the style of the story, that can be a good thing. Yeah, so skin should have this kind of anomalies, right? And alright, this seems to be fine. Then now I can also, she could have some sort of makeup, but artists would do this with layers. Oh, there's no layers for texture painting, right? Unless we do this on another UV on top, shading. Yeah, so unfortunately, yeah, this will be too obnoxious to do this here. No. So I'm just going to ignore this makeup thing. I think that, yeah, it's something about that you can solve with shading later, with more texture painting on top of something else, right? So and then we can hold shift for some blur, I think. Alright, let's see. What about this one? Yeah, we can blur this as well. Good. So now let's go for the bigger stuff. So I'll include, yeah, I'll have to include this one to maybe for picking the colors. And so here we can get this seam. Alright, we get this one and invert the mask. No, it's here. Yeah, now we're getting some good condition to work. So it will be in principle. So the nose, you can get some more reddish here. Yeah, you can first make something very unbalanced. Around the lips, I'm not sure. Yeah, not this one, maybe. Here we're gonna get some massive blush. It's not really here, right? So it's the character design is different. This is more for this part actually, all this region. And then here, yeah, so I got the idea now. Now something. Then maybe this color is a bit exaggerated. Prefer something. S here, right? Done. So here we could maybe pick this same here. So So if the UVs are not broken, we have the proper masking system, then everything should be more or less fine. And I think it's time for blurring now. This was clearly over exaggerated. I'm experimenting a little, right, because it's not super easy to solve this in 3D for me. The geometry, the topology, and what I think the expression should be, the anatomy, it's bizarre, right? Certain things, certain features, I think they would be... I need to get some idea from, imagine other cartoon characters in 3D, and they just don't seem to correspond to what I have here. So like because the character don't have the specific expression here, it's neutral, so it's hard to visualize where those... It's like if the character was making a more exaggerated expression, that would be easier to map. But in principle it's relatively simple, right? Not it will work nonetheless. Here we might want to get something like, yeah, I think this is a good one for okay, wait, no, the brush, right? So maybe pick V, we pick this one, maybe try to okay, so this was a good thing to find. I'm blurring. Yak Shamaru, welcome back for painting I would recommend a drawing table. Yes, I have I'm using a ancient graphic palette indeed. Yeah, this is much, I really feel sorry for some riggers that do wave painting without a graphic palette. Fortunately, today is relatively easy to have access to those, right? Good ones, relatively easy. It's still costs, but it's today we get good price for others that are not Wacom tablets, right? And that I have a Wacom, but it's an old Wacom tablet. But other models today work very well. A long time ago that happened, that they are like more than 15 years ago maybe, couldn't rely on almost anything but Wacom tablet. Now it's different. Now many other models will just work very well. So this is democratizing the tech. They had time to figure out, I guess, how to get the good stuff. And I know this not too well, but I know because I have experimented other tablets even in the past, and I've already seen some by myself, some progress. So whatever one that has pressure is good. Yes, actually you're right. For painting it's much easier, right? If it's the case of drawing, then drawing really it needs to be something special. Although today everything is special, I guess. Difficult. Many would be good for drawing today. In the past, drawing on table would be very, very hard. Even a Wacom tablet, if it's not a that you draw on the screen directly, it's very hard to draw, to learn how to draw. Yeah, I had a historical difficulty in this. Today I can draw on directly with the on computer, but I don't like very much. Yeah, I really don't like very much. There are some advantages, but it's not the same thing. But of course I don't have I can draw directly on the screen. That is a game changer. I already experimented. I think I'd like to have one if I were to draw directly on the computer, right? Alright, so here we got those things, and it's time soon to get this tested with the compositing thing. Well, let's use this thing to gain some time here. Yeah, this needs... I don't think this is good. Let's place this more to the front. Yeah. Spread this like here. And for the head, well, behind the head, is there anything important here for the... I'll just make some random... Let's get some... I don't know... What could be... Yeah, there the... Could pick... Whoops. There are some parts of the neck that are important. Wouldn't be better if the internal portion of the ear was darker than the outside? Yes, this might be a... as you see, I haven't really decided too much on the geometry itself, right? So it's very super simplified here. We could get yeah, good idea. So finally doing something about the ear. And then for this, yeah, so I need this these colors here. Let's try to apply some of these to some parts here, and that's it. It is lagging a little, so I have to... the blurring can lag sometimes. Happens very easily when in big areas. Time to save here. Alt S, the texture, right? Is the size of the brush. Alright, so soon we're gonna be able to verify what this data here really doesn't matter too much, because I don't see a scene in which the character will be bald. Okay, that seems adequate here. Here is more complicated because maybe some parts here will show, so let's use this and maybe push this a little more here. and blur again. Yeah, we have some sort of festival of tones here, but that's slightly chaotic. But with the shading system, this will be very subtle and tends to, whichever you have, tends to work well, I think. It does seem, in the beginning I used to think this was very useless, that those things were, but as soon as I start to see on my own characters, I started to realize that it's really good to have color map with hand painted texture on the character's skin. It's really good for the style. Yeah, some patterns here are not very good, but I think it's too blurred here. It doesn't give the proper. Okay, this is not terrible. I could make something more distinguished circular motion here, patterns, but this might be working sufficiently. Then for the neck, already the character, yeah, there's only this. I don't need to conclude this now, but let's conclude. Then the rest of the body I'm gonna do offline. Let's see, where's the. Now let's use the. Okay, we got the brush here. V, select this. So start with this. The areas here, collarbone, clavicle, yeah, unnecessarily strong it was. Then here we could Okay, that sounds to be enough for me. Then some kind of reddish here. Okay, I think don't see anything else that. Now let's go for some massive. That part, yeah, I already said I'm gonna do later, so this is why I'm not caring about the limits. The only good thing, the only two good things, or maybe more things are good about having this already very strong colors, that it's already, they are mapping the shapes, the anatomy shapes, and furthermore we can easily pick the color, the original color that we've got, without requiring to go to the palette. And another advantage that, yeah, we can just, if the blur is strong enough, or the smearing is easier, then we can just redirect the color, the tones accordingly. That's about time to save, right, folks? Yeah, so here it's so let's get what can do here. Yeah, so this center part we can just, there's a good color here already accidentally, so you can pick this and try to reinforce. Yeah, it's just to be subtle, so I'm exaggerating. The faces, yeah, it's very different. Okay, than I was used to. So this is of course flat, pure flat color, and it's not the workbench. The workbench will be, oh yeah, this is much more interesting. And now we can of course get back eyes here, which material. So you have now some very subtle distinguished details for yeah, so we need some more artwork going there here in many places, but it's already possible to visualize how this improved the everything, right? No comparison. This is just, now you have a character basically, and I want to see, yeah, so this is combining well sort of with the EV, but it's not ready. Skin. Oh yeah, I remember tutorial. We can make masking for the, starting to remember the technique. I can't find it back, but then we reinforce. We don't need to rewave paint. We just, yeah, maybe just for the area, for the mask, and that we apply some sort of roughness. It will be a sort of roughness mask. We can do this even now, but yeah, we could do even now with some tricks. Let's see. Why don't I have the, okay, I have. So currently if I were to get the shading here, we see that we have nothing of interest from the, no, we have, okay, but then what if I bring some sort of color ramp and connect the color to the color ramp, then we might start to see some sort of, yeah, And so we can make something with this. So the darker regions, they can hold some sort of... So this is a lazy alternative, but it can work, yes. I'm gonna try to get a contrast here, a sudden contrast. It is linear, but what if you get... Okay, not constant, of course. Cardinal, linear, is... yeah, is... Or no, let's blur this a bit more, yeah. B-spline. Okay, and then this, we can probably put this to the roughness mask. What does that mean? That whatever is darker has more reflections. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's exactly what we need. So we'll place this into the roughness, but okay, except for the... we don't that for... was not my intention for the eyelashes. This is very bad, right? I'll have to take off the eyelashes from this. How to isolate this? This is the problem of having... I need full dark. Why I'm not seeing... okay, it's there. Let's do another color ramp. And then with this I'll have to mix add, maybe mix. There's a sort of matte thing, right? Color mix. Of course, the problem that this will sacrifice the other results, right? So it needs to sort of add overlay. Add, yeah, add, but then we don't have the multiply, no. Color dodge, no. Screen, no. Yeah, it's not like that. I need to isolate the... It's more for isolation. Need a mask that would isolate the eyelashes. So of course this could be the one, right? So there's nothing here. That means that whatever this, I need to connect this to a FAQ. All right, I see. So mix between, okay, I see. So mix color. Okay, so I need to get this into a FAQ of what? Okay, I mix. No, this is still not gonna work. Yeah, it's... I need to take off the... Well, anyways, yeah, what was... I don't need this... roughness map. Let's see, diffuse. No, this is not good. Well, isn't... roughness of a diffuse. I don't see anything working here. Okay, so this will be yet to be researched. It's not just a mask. I need to take off the darkness of the eyelash. Okay, so anyways, we go back here and I'm gonna see what that will do to... So we have a skin material now, and what about lipstick? Okay, there's one thing more we can do here is, although this is useless, I can do this for now. This will be unimpactful, maybe for the viewport, but not for the EV thing. And then there is this one. Let's start to work on this. Yeah, I have a glossy material here. So I'm gonna make some changes. And these are gonna first duplicate because glossy red, yeah, something like that. We are going to apply this material to this stuff. I might not need to texture paint this, but if that will be sufficient. This is one question I need to... Yes, I have answer to this question. So let's assign why not texture the lips an image? Yeah, that the lips, indeed, this might be a good idea. I think I've never... There's not too much to... Like, I wouldn't do the glow or... Oh, there's something bad about the texture there of the... Let's blur this... It'll be very hard to... No, not so super hard. We can do this. It's just that the details, this is not lips that are realistic or anything like that, so the pure EV is good enough, but yeah, we can get some good texture from this. I think it should be done. Let's try this. The mesh, of course, is in the rest positions like that, so it's not easy, but we can do it. Yeah, so let's UV unwrap this into that new material, right? So we need to go on there's not too many patterns that I know that for the cartoon character would be in 3D, right? For this, so we can just make some patterns here. Nothing that shouldn't be realistic though. And I don't want to mimic glows, so that would be from the roughness, the lighting. So there is just a skin pattern, something like that, right? That I might have to do. Some noise basically, and specific, like the lips corner, maybe some areas, yeah. So what I need to do here is the UV, the shading, right? Where is the so I got this, then we got Control T, we got this one. We're gonna add a texture, glossy red. Yeah, this name is bad, so lips. Yeah, this is actually Carter. Lips, nails, whatever. Long name, but that should be it, right? And now this is too big. Now there is one advantage doing this, is that if I need to copy those things, I can to the other texture. They will maintain a certain structure. Okay, so and yeah, I wanted to pick the base color, but no, let's let it be black for now. And the UV unwrap is the same, right? There is this glossy, which is already here in place, so we're gonna just need to go back here. We can isolate this mesh, these meshes. You could use a very small texture, better yet use the skin dirt. Yeah, that will be the ideal, but the problem of doing that is that I'm not confident I'll have to use this masking system again, transfer these nodes to the skin nodes. It is feasible, it's not too complicated, but now I don't know by heart how to do that. It's what I said, super. I need to watch a tutorial once again to remember how this is done. It's the fact, right? But then I need to create the mask in some way. So there are many problems to connect, and even in some case it's very annoying, because if something breaks, then nothing works. Then you have to remember everything, so it's just headache. Here, of course, it's headache in other ways, but I prefer the materials workflow, because then I can, okay, one material has this glossy, what the other has this. I think it's, so I say this is, there's another problem, is that for the workbench, there is only one texture, yeah, image texture that needs to work. It cannot have both, so the material can have only one, which is the clicked one. So it's like, and I'm using this sort of a workflow like that, so it's I have to recombine them in a single one, so it's I wasn't even thinking about this issue, but now I remember. So let's do just here. I need the layout, then I need the here, and let's pick the color from this one. So this is because we need this one, I guess. No, flat. What's happening here? Okay, I don't have lights. Yeah, but now I have lights, and what is going on? You are using the alpha. I see. Is alpha. Thanks. Yeah, I've never found that. Oops. Then we get here. We need the masking. Yeah. Too many tools, hard to. Can we backface this? I can just no. Can we texture paint UVs with pose mode, like wave paint mode? I don't think this is possible, but let's see. That should be possible to be a... Yeah, with the armature modifier, of course, in the worst case scenario. Yeah, we totally can. We don't need the armature modifier because this is sort of equivalent of a pose mode, right? So now this enters the question what we do here. So basically changing some tones here, maybe inside the lips it's a little darker. Then we could try to... I haven't thought about it, but yeah, we could mimic cavity. Try to mimic cavity from Workbench in EV with, or Cycles Render, with some sort of very careful... It's not sure that the colors will be good in the end, but might worth trying, right? Could try to mimic some cavity effects. So this will be sort of a ridge, right? You could bake it too. Yeah, does the cavity get baked? Yeah, the problem, yeah, for the baking that needs cycles, right? For certain things, it's good, like a character that, okay, that will be good on a character. So yeah, for characters, at least certain features might work. But when I was doing my scene with lots of materials and with different with procedural texture, with different UV setups for walls, and then it's very hard to, it's very tedious to the workflow of I know there are some add-ons, but it's very, very tedious anyways. I don't have the add-ons, they are paid, many of them. And so I could do, yes, the baking for certain things, like this, for example. That could be a good idea, but I'm already doing this here, and this gives a different control, so maybe this is good. And alright, so it's a good idea. I forgot. Yeah, but you need a specific add-on that bake those. Okay. So the cavity. Wait, are you sure that you can't vanilla Blender bake the cavity? It's just a render. So that part of the rendered. No, because the rendering. Yeah, maybe not, because in the shading, the setting for baking, or actually in the render here for cycles, baking, maybe there is nothing, not some the option for the, yeah, maybe there isn't the option for the equivalent for the workbench. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Save as, so here we're gonna do this lips nails. All right, then now we just need to find the nails and find their UVs. They are there, so we can go and leave the thing here, and let's pick the colors from here. It is weird. Yeah, Vanilla Blender, it can use Workbench and EV as baking engines. Yeah, so yeah, so I think I've seen a tutorial that shows something like this process, but I can't be sure now. I'm not sure actually if the baking works for cavity. The cycles texture baking works for cavity, so it's an interesting question. It should be simple to test. Well, just thinking about this gives me headache. No, I'm focusing here, so but I will not remember to make the test later. If we add the proper options, maybe we can do, but maybe it's just as you see, as you are saying there, to bake the cavity option of Workbench and cycles, you'd need the add-on that recognize this data, right? Paint directly on the texture will be easier. Yeah. So now that the base of this seems to be, oh yeah, that exactly. Well remembered. It's because here I don't have the color. Yeah, so let's do this at once. Yeah, let's so now all the, I don't care about back face, and here it should be simple. We just need to see if we can get some variation tones. And then blurring, yeah, much better now. Thanks for the idea. Then I might need another software. Blender is bad for that, but just to copy paste this into the other, yeah, just a brush will do, right? Paint basic pad, so copy paste the, so then I merge, they have the same resolution, right, those two texture image. So, and then when I make up my mind about the and I make up my mind finally about the masking system, then yes, then we can probably get those things in the same material. GIMP should work quite well. Yeah, I used GIMP in the past. It's good, but I currently I have Krita. Yeah, I'm more Krita. It's cool. It has even 2D animation feature. But GIMP is, I think it got a lot better now. But I ended up getting familiar with Krita, yeah. So I'm not sure this is gonna be good in the end, but yeah, it's okay. The important thing is that it gives anomalies, it gives some noise, it gives some basic stuff. This is therapeutic for me, right? Texture painting, especially patterns, more abstract patterns. The skin, not so much. It's cool, but it requires more drawing attention. Oops, so you have some things to fix here anyways. So we're going to, this is the universal sonic mouth, but set up, but it's incompleted. Need some, of course you have the tweak lips. There are many setups here. She doesn't need this big mouth, by the ways, and I'm considering changing the setup to something with geometry nodes, or there are two propositions, one that I've seen lately and another with grease pencil conversion. So it's like the mouth can be a grease pencil thing that gets converted to, no, it's just grease pencil, right? And but it gets on top of the muzzle and it creates a mouth shape with some volume, because the grease pencil can mimic volume with the scale of the points. And then we can also, or you can mix with Blender, but it is a bit of a hassle if you don't have the mixing assets ready. Yeah, I don't know how to copy paste the let's save this. I don't even know how to copy paste this. This is something, the image editor in Blender is horrible for. It's very far lagging behind in development, right? Can't do anything here, right? There's many requests already to improve that. But now that I know, it's, yeah, to think about it, if the resolution is the same, the UVs are the same, you can just, very easy to cut this, paste exactly, then make some corrections if needed in the, at least we have this thing here, right? We can export the UV map, right? Where would be view, select image, I don't know, it should be somewhere, or it's in the image editor. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't matter, it's not what I'm gonna do. So here we got these adjustments, and we can try to, my layout have this, alright. Okay, of course this is not compositing. I have some compositor here. This group is failing miserably, so it's not what I want. So we are going to not do anything here. I'm gonna bring the character to the other scene. Let's get the soundtrack once again. Looks like we need to save something else. Yes. Open scene modular. Okay, and this is gruesome, but it was updated. Okay, so this keeps bugging. Maybe there is some data here that I'm not being able to purge. Ah, finally. All right. Okay, so maybe this was breaking my... Yeah, I don't know those things. Never mind. So we gonna bring save and let's make a highlight here, because this is gonna be useful over and over again. Never is enough. So folks, check this. I have a scene which I'm building here on EV, but also Workbench. Okay, so I'm gonna bring a character here, link character Dorothy, and so we need to get the collections data, yeah, the content of the collection. So I have a link Dorothy, which is just a collection, the rigged model file. Doesn't need to have widgets inside this collection. The widgets are in other collection for that file, right? So they'll be linked anyways indirectly. So let's bring all this. So here it comes here. Let's put in this other, but you see that I cannot pause here, so I need to library override. That will be left right click here and make selected or selected with content, right? Selected and content. This is already broken. Too much things that go wrong. The chat was in the front, distracted me. So I'll record this later. So now I'm gonna bring the armature back here. Let's make some tests here. The character seems to be not being distorted, right? Okay, now she's here. We see that now the skin has, yeah, in EV it's better than before, certainly. But it's not good enough. So the texture values, right, the color, it's really being, all the tones, they are being eroded, sort of eaten by the lighting of EV, right? Could be that the character is too close for some light source. To be fair, it looks like there's some emission on her, some part of her face, I don't know, but the fact is that it's very hard to get on pure EV or even cycles it sacrifices too much the color map, those render engines in Blender. This is why my solution to this is to go for the compositor. But now I'll have to visualize how tall is the character. Well, this character, her species, they are average 1.5 meters tall. 1.5 meters tall, yeah. 1.50 meters. And this is scaled, right? So this building is all made for them. So let's get here the camera. Yeah, it's better than before, but it with the compositor, this is still not the compositor of final compositor compositing. Okay, of course I need to work some stuff here. So this is pure workbench, and switch, all right. So the first one, let's try to for some reason it's getting dark. Oh, of course it's getting dark because these are wrong, right? We can try to get this one closer to the this is very easy to crash. Midtones, the darks this should be very close to the center. Just backspace to reset this. This we can get some interesting results. Then here the midtones. And the bright colors, so you can try some yellow stuff, red, orange, there. Then we can change the hue but even this is sort of sacrificing the textures, but better than EV still. Can recolorize a little. Value this was too close, the darks were too close to the Okay, so I'm about to crash, so I'm gonna save here and reopen Blender. It's taking time. Okay, looks like there's a bug with the linking, and this always is happening to this, and worse is always happening to my characters. Like, it's like it's always getting back some issue with some bones. I always fix it in the original file, but it keeps happening, and I don't know what. There's these bones. Hold on, there are lesser bones this time doing this. Helper, smoother shoulders. Alright. Apparently I'm fixing it. No, what is this? Map crotch. Ah, yeah, those bone constraints have older. Okay, map helper crotch, map crotch, and then the helper bendy bones for the. It's just one, but it's completely. It's a goner. So this is very bad to test anything here, right? Alright, so I don't know why this is dark now. Okay, so this is the what I did before, and with this switch we have something, yeah, just a variation, right? Slightly desaturated value, it's a bit darkened, but we can set it to the middle. Let's see, this is also neutral, and this is also neutral. So you see the base workbench, nearly base workbench, is good too. So you can also maybe invert those things. And then with the mix, okay, this is mixing badly with the lighten in this case, because the lighten is of course, because my current EV is bad, right? This I'm working with, so suddenly my EV is not that dark anymore. Yeah, it's exploding in brightness. Let's reset this value. Yeah, some regions are very, very dark. Exposure super dangerous, yeah. Then we multiply with ambient occlusion. Yeah, okay, nothing special here. Then we get lighten, which is of course destroying the now this lighting is not working at all. Okay, this keeps like that. The mask, of course this is no stars to see here, so it's not, the mask is not showing anything special. So here, strangely, this is not working. Let's try a multiply this time, which is how I was. So I need a switch. What is happening there? Something of the material here is affecting. Mix will be one or the other is good, but it has one big flaw, which is that the lighting effects or the texture effects, they will be halved in favor of the other. So visually speaking, it seems nice, but it will sacrifice crucial things that I'm trying to combine, especially. So this is all the tragedy of this system, right? Multiply darkens too much, lighten lights too much, and And adding, I'm not sure what it will be doing here with. So of course we can try to fix those after. But this is I don't really, I'm not super interested in this, but it can, it's a fix, right? It can work. Just for the multiply, so yeah, it makes sense that it stays here. As you see, the results are very destructive, and the more I do this to fix the light, the more the textures they get disrupted. So you barely see. And lighten is no. So with the lighting, if I use the lighten, it means that I would need something darker from. Okay, so this one, the first is a little darker. The lightings are certainly not helping in whatever is here. Oops. Okay, let's try this one. So the way it lightens is horrible. Soft light. Linear light, no. Screen. Screen might be better than lighten. Well, seems like I got new things in the menu here. Yeah, so it will be. There's of course we could use a mix like a less resource, but this is what I was doing originally. So we could shift D this here like and so what is working lately is the screen. Okay. Okay, this is just a glitch. My Blender about to crash probably, so graphic cards GPU problem with the compositor. Okay, let's get back. Let's try to get some. What do you think is your problem right now? Yeah, so many, but the problem is that well, one problem is that I'm not being able to recover some effect, some good rendering that I was getting before. And I don't know if it's because of the materials, the texture painting, or the approach that I'm doing here. So this is annoying me a little because I'm not sure why I'm not getting results as good as before. So this is one problem. It's like you find a solution and suddenly, and then for some reason it's not, doesn't seem to be working anymore. So this is one annoying thing. The other thing is that, okay, apparently I got this screen working for the better composition of, in general, what I'm trying to do is that I have the an EV scene, and it will combine with a workbench scene. This is not real-time compositing, but this solution allows for very interesting. So here, for example, with the kind of screen and not the mix, I can sort of get so this is the natural EV. This is EV with some workbench, which is good. So the workbench is reinforcing the texture, the color maps. This is my understanding. The more workbench I have, the better color map I'll have on, and this will be adapting itself to EV. And so this is like multiply, but it's multiply with more lights. So, but this is exploding the textures. You see the brightness of the, maybe this is because of the shaders, I don't know. But my EV is already very, very bad. This could be because of the lighting of the scene, some reflections. So there are many things that might be going wrong regarding shaders and lightings, and it's not so much maybe what I'm doing here. So this screen seems to be working. Technically I don't need to give it a full workbench improvements here, because if it's with just a little extra workbench here, I'm getting interesting results and not blowing up the image, right? The other one, the mix is like an alpha over. Let's ignore this, although the result seems to be even better, but then this is one will eat the other. So this is full workbench and this is full EV, and halfway it's like 150% of each, and but this will be drastical, right? It's cutting off one of the other in favor of the other, so it's like vice versa. This is inappropriate for certain details, like if you have light effects, well, you're halving the so let's ignore this one. Let's get another switch now for, and the multiply, it's doing this horrible thing of yeah, so I'm not getting it's doing a very poor job in. Okay, and this we can delete. So here I was using lighten here, and it was doing a poor job. Actually, screen little better. So the reason I want the texture already exists from EV, right? But they are better, or theoretically they are better looking on Workbench. So with the combiner that is not a mix, I don't need, because I have the EV, I have the lighting effects and procedural shaders, so I'm just adding here mixing, right? But now I'm not destroying EV here, so this is good. So I don't need to go until the end. If I start to get some good results from Workbench about here, this is advantageous. And so the screen seems to be getting seems to be a good one. Although of course if you check the mix is very tempting, right? But we could also try to mix with this, but then I'm not sure how that will. Yeah, I already tried this, but this will be just creating more problems, right? So we'll see. So of course it's not a mix of what I need is a, well, we could try this, right? Now it's full this one, and now it's full this one, so we could try. Yeah, no, I don't want mix. Let's try multiply. So because if this one is good, well then let's just multiply it with this one, why not? But then it's too dark, doesn't really, but this is actually good. Let's try the lighten, full lighten. Doesn't seem to be doing anything here. This is just exploding even more. Sorry, let's see. Do you think you need to actually use lighting because you are already using NPR techniques? Yes, I think I cannot do the proper storytelling in many scenes if without lighting, because these are very good stuff, and I think even though I'm not super experienced with lights, there are special effects and many things that there's just no workaround around it. The workbench is just too flat, so I don't see how yeah, so this is a big frustration for me on Workbench. It doesn't have the any light. Well, it has some global lights, right? You can access them from, for example, if you go on the render, okay, here, then let's say I've created these variations here. So you can edit this stuff. Studio and Matcap have this, and then you can like light editor. So here, so you see, you can edit those things. It's sort of complicated, but I mean, it's simple, but it takes a while. So you have these global lightings coming from certain orientations, world orientations, but it's just like that. It's very basic, and this is not sufficient to get, for me, right, in the kind of because I know that eventually I'd like to have a light effect, and then I just can't have it on Workbench. So this is why I want to have the compositing of this. I want to have the EV compositing. Because if you know how you're gonna approach and set up the lighting, you can fake it. Yes, but I'm not super proficient with this and then let's say that, okay, maybe I don't use lighting, but maybe I can bake lighting for specific case. For me, this is just headache. I prefer to have, well, I have something that I can manipulate instead of going, maybe in the future, yes, but I don't see so I think what I'm doing is gonna work, because I've already tested the compositing thing, so I'm just trying to find something slightly better, right, in this particular combination of assets. And so the texturing is already proven that it seems to be and my computer can handle some, especially if not cycles. So EV is working quite well, so why not use those things, right? It's just that it takes a little while to get the setup properly working, but I'm taking the necessary time to. There's a chance that I find some ludicrous problem that no, I can't go forward with this approach, but I think this won't happen because I'm already getting things that are sufficient for me, right, and they are working well. And I'm starting to like this stuff, right? EV on its own is being colorful, and with these inputs from Workbench, I would prefer not require Workbench at all. But if I did that, let's say that okay, I just have EV, right? So maybe it's cool for the scenery, but for the characters it's look like crude. in my opinion. It doesn't, it's look plastic, it's horrible. And of course I didn't work the shading here, so maybe in this Blender version 4.4.3 there will be some shader improve. I can't test it right now because this is linked, right? The materials as well, I guess, but I can make another scene another day to see if there is something to do only with EV. However, since I know this compositing thing, you see how better this is, right? So okay, we can try to compose this. Is this? Yeah, so this is, I'm screening, this is not, interesting. We can use a darken after. I suspect this is killing more and more the color, but so that can be. So here in this setup I'm not sacrificing the, because the mix, which is either one or the other, which is giving an interesting result, right? So I'm just mixing it without the destructive mix, right? Subtractive mix maybe. So I'm mixing it in something that could be nice. So I think this is getting an interesting. I think this setup, it will be required. So just here I'm not sure what, yeah. Well, why not? Oh, now multiply is getting some good job done. Right. Multiply is not mix, like it's a screen but it darkens, so it seems better than the darken for some reason. I can't tell why, but yeah. So it's getting this sort of more graphical thing, from less plastic, more paint, more colorful, more painting. We are using Workbench to add more light than EV. Can supposedly, yeah, it is, or let's say it is not just light, it's a colorful light. It's a light that values the color texture, the image textures. Yeah, the color maps. So this was this why the work, besides the fact that, yeah, I'm adding ambient occlusion pass from EV because Workbench don't have that, and then I'm adding, making compositing colors to both, then because that helps usually, and then we, yeah, for example, let's see what happens here. Not too much happens, right? But we can. It's probably better with this, right? And so it's something like that exactly. And this just works in my experience. So I have some examples. Let me show something here. Sorry, I have to look on my channel. Is better than searching the computer. I have a highlight in which I have presented a previous setup that I was using, compositing setup. Hold on, this is the videos. So this is the, okay, playlists. So it's the, not too much thinking in this particular playlist. Rendering, where is, right here, this one. So in this playlist there is yeah, there's this tree. So here, okay, let's watch this one. Not watch, just so this is what I did in December last year. Just so it's very recent. It's the first good, real good thing that I found that I was able to do in Blender for rendering. Everything else that I did was horrible or very noobish. So this is what I was being able to do with the mix one or alpha over. They are in compositing. So you see, we can have light. This okay, but this is not the. Where's the rendered image? This is not the final result yet. Yeah, so you see, this looks way more painterly thing, and we'll see better when we get to. Okay, so this is real time, so this doesn't count. So you see this lighting effect, this workbench can't get. So this is why we can combine, if you combine EV with, okay, this is rendered, composited render. So if we combine this also, but this one is not so good. Okay, so here you see the alpha over, which is equivalent to the mix, color mix. So I think here I was using workbench first and EV later. So the lights start to grow, the light effects, 3D light, as we approach the 1, and otherwise we approach the 0, there will be 0 of that ambient light or light object lighting. Besides procedural shaders, which exist, for example, in the hair, I think, and in the shirt. This is the ambient occlusion from EV, and so the ambient occlusion doesn't matter. This is just one sample, right? But this is something cool that we can do with this system. And there are some shader effects. Yeah, this one was rendered, so you see, this is pretty cool. We got here. I also, oh, I'm totally forgetting about the grease pencil stuff, right? So here there is grease pencil. So, and at this moment I was still doing alpha over, so I didn't even know that I could have full light effects. And but for some reason this is equivalent to alpha over in what I've read. This thing is just the same thing, does mostly the same thing. So when it is alone, it's doing a good job despite its structural problem, but then I can remix it in an appropriate way, like it comes as a secondary thing. So I'm still making the light, whichever percent of light or and shader effect, procedural shading effects that I've destroyed from here, I'm safeguarding from this node here, and then they are remixing. So maybe I'm destroying some colors here, but at the same time I'm bringing more colors and bringing more light effects, which here they would be slightly subtracted. Alright, so I think this will be the setup. So I shouldn't be, it seems logical. This is just for comparison. for some remember how bad I was doing. So yeah, instead of lighten screen, and then we got to multiply again, and then that seems to be work. And then we can play with those very interesting posterize for some crazy artistical combinations, right? It's like those old games, right? CGA color. I played those games, right? I'm from the past. I intend to. This is why I have this one. This can always. It's hard to get right currently, but we can get something good from it. Sometimes it's we just get something. It depends, of course, on the content, right? Sometimes it's very easy to get something very cool. Some other times whatever we do doesn't really work. So you see what the light objects they can do, right? They can really And then if I combine this crazy thing with Workbench, not sure this is gonna be a great idea, but it also works, right? It's interesting, right? So those guys that like cell shading, well, here you go, you do cell shading with posterize. There's even some ways to get, depending the case, it can be even a better result. I don't know. You don't need EV to do posterize, but to do self shading. Well, if we need the lights are good though. And we can of course try to get let's render this. So unfortunately we can't see this in real time. Yeah, I'm just gonna save this because to remember, not a good render, but just to remember this posterized thing. So this one probably need to rework. This value now is, we don't need this explosion here. So you see, this is very interesting. And now let's see this nightmare. Yeah. yeah. This is over. I need to fix this, the character rates, and no, I've deleted the group along. Then I'm going to go to the character, right, and try to remember what are the bones that were disrupted in this process. There's something about crotch, yeah, and the bendy bone of the Okay, let's start with this. So there's something about, okay, it's not this. We got help crotch. Okay, this one is broken. What is happening? Okay, hip sway. Okay, just apparent. Is a bone constraint. Okay, the bone constraints are broken. Copy right, left, map. Oh, this map crotch left and right. Okay, nothing wrong with this bone constraint. It's just the mappers that are, I think, as these ones. I think I've brought that from another rig. They are not even necessary. Leg upper. Okay, this because these things exist in another rig maybe. These are yeah, so just need to update here. Symmetrize. Of course, this is creating a deform that is bad. This setup, maybe it's older, like don't even know why it is be required here. This copies the, okay, I know why this is there. Okay, so okay, I know what I can do. So just use a normal, place it here, parent to the control phi. They don't need the copy transforms if they are parented. But I think they should instead be parented to the deform. No, it's the opposite. Just in case of some offsetting, it's about the deform rig. Maybe here, alright. So this should fix one of the problem. Then the other problem would be shoulder, smoother shoulder. Yeah, this bendy bone that is going crazy. Handle. Okay, no, but okay, those minimal changes are not a problem. Depth per arm. Anything wrong about this? No. Handle. Nothing seems wrong about these bones. But they are getting crazy. Yeah, I need some automation here. Or maybe not yet. Yeah, this is before. Alright, let's get now again to the other scene. And it's still broken, but we're gonna a link. Unless there is another armature in the file, that could be something like that. I thought it deleted everything. Could be a wrong armature object target, and that the name of the bone is the same, but it's not the same bone. It will be better if I also would be able to visualize the... Oh, I've appended. Okay, I know what to do. Let's not save here. So if the character is broken, so it will be broken. We'll be able to see here as well. And no, the character probably, but it's not over. Okay, so nothing is wrong there. The bone is staying in place. Could be a widget's problem. Is there any... No, certainly not widget's problem. Nothing in this collection. Okay, we'll delete this one. Let's combine this. Just inspecting if there's not any reminiscent armature object here. Could be tilting my project. I think not. It's cleaned up. Armature. Grease pencil, yeah, that's all this, nothing special here. So if this is not the problem, then okay, so there is something about custom properties. That I've heard recently they can get broken. They need to be... Okay, we got many of here. They need to be but they don't seem to have anything to do with those bendy bones. So where is the option? Library overridable. Allow the prop to be overridden when the data... Okay, so get this Ike head, alright. Pin elbow, library override, yes, double check. Okay, this is not great, so maybe, who knows. Wiggle enabled. There is... Okay, this... Not sure if that would be determined by those things, but anyways, that is a good fix. And I could place this bone in... I don't need a custom properties bone for this. It's not... I think they do this to keep organized, but I think it's a waste of just placing the root bone. Alright, so now let's bring this character back. And oh, I remember. Maybe it's the character needs to be cleaned up from the other scene as... Oh yeah, might be this. Maybe this purges. Can never be sure. Because I have two scenes, so if I get... Let's see. EV. What if I... Cannot clean this. Who knows what could be doing wrong here, so I'm sort of trying to rely on the purge thing, right? Here we see that we got some, but apparently I can't do nothing with this here. So let's try again. Link. At least this time I fixed those stuff. So here we goes back to the world origin, and now we can do something. So the object was manipulated. I can... The armature also was moved. The armature object, then the skeleton on pose mode. Oh yeah, there's something to fix about the I key stretch. Anyways, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna reopen now, and these things keep happening. So maybe those bones are corrupted, or the file or the bone. So in the case of the file, I just have to recreate the scene, but I'm not gonna do now. Let's see, we still can see what's going crazy anyways. So there's a head track. No, is there some bone there? No. But helper shoulder, handle. Oh, I see. Okay, so relations of okay, this is the Oh, so this is the handle smooth shoulder. Okay, I've assessed this one. The deformed foreshoulder. Ah, the deformed foreshoulder. That's it. Its parent has broken bone constraint, and then it's moving. You see, it was much worse before. It has more artifacts going on, and yeah, it's the something about around the shoulder. So for this time, because I have no, I don't know how many things I've messed up here. So just to be sure, let's use this one. It's just that there are so many bones here. I didn't pay attention. So there is actually deformed shoulder here, which is the parent or child of some stuff, important stuff. So it doesn't have bone constraint, but it's a deformed bone. It is parent to the... Okay. So what about the... And then there is a mechanism bone that it should be here, stretch to, yeah, lost target, there we go. So this should stretch to, I guess, the deform, right? So this was the problem. Reset, and then we have a dumped track to tweak elbow. All right. Yes, so now we need to, so it was the mechanism bone, right? And symmetrize and reset, and finally now we got to go back on the, not from here, because it's not how we access this file this time. Now finally this should not be broken. No, yeah, now this, because it was linked, now it is updated, it works perfectly. Or as good or as bad this rig is currently working. So the last thing that today I think I need to go already, but the last thing that I would like to do, or the next thing that I would like to do for the character would be, for the integration, right, would be to complete her costume. This is a sci-fi space marine one, but there's another one which is, cannot see from here. Yeah, I need to remake those costumes, and it has a skirt, so it's difficult, it's challenging to rig, but at this point I think I can fix that, and then we can swap between those costumes. And the fantasy, I have an idea, so how that can go. But I won't explain now. So I'm gonna remake those costumes. So now finally this annoying trick is here, and at the same time we fix some of the progressively fix the rig. So here for the character, Meteorodorite. Yeah, we fixed the skin, but partially, right? It's not over yet. Dipstick nails, yes, this we certainly did. Here will be a good one, so need to finish. We are recovering some materials here. As you've mentioned, if you're still here, Yakshamaru, so basically many mesh objects can indeed be part of that same image texture and UV map, so like the tongue. Yeah, so the mask setup, right? I'll take note. I need to find a way for that. And so my expectation now is that if I keep doing this daily and more offline, so in possibly less than 1 month I'll be able to start making the actual 3D webcomics developments. Yeah, so here is just the pre-production, right? We're good. I think this is a good pace for my mini project, and it has a potential to grow a lot more over time, so over the year. So thanks for watching, folks. Thanks Yakshamar for the presence and participation and inspiration. So folks, see ya along the next week. Take care and happy blending, and see you soon.